Hello, everybody! Alrighty. Once again, apologies for the later start than usual. Meowdy base. Like I said in the Discord server, had a mix-up at the pharmacy, had to go to another pharmacy to get my meds. Anywho. I am very excited. Just to check, because I have been fiddling with this microphone, am I coming through just fine? Can everyone hear me? And can you hear the game? Doing my sneezy best today. Called off today and tomorrow. I hear an Anna. Excellent. Hold on just a moment. I was wondering why the game sounded different than usual, and it's because my headphones weren't all the way in. Okay, you should be able to hear the game fine now. I hope. Let me see. Audio output capture. Yes, excellent. So, at the end of last time, we had just started up one of the incidents that we've been looking for, the affair of the Grunwald Provision. Now, I need to make absolutely certain that I get this right. So, it looks like we are safe to just invite everyone who is interested in this one. Mr. Asan Fekri is already on his way. And the others include Agdistis, Moore, Douglas Moore, Schaller, Southie, and Wakefield. So I will go ahead and get started on writing those invitations. The Grunwald Provision is adorable and loved. Excellent. For the record, we will be completing the further stories with this one with Mr. Asan Fekri. And that will make him ready to be on our board of curators, the new Curia. Alrighty, so let's see. Alright, that'll be Douglas Moore. Hello, Mr. Fekri. It's good to be back. Thank you for seeing me. I've had my differences with the Bureau, but in general I'm glad the duties have them. But this has gone very, very badly. I've been asked to conduct, might be an exorcism, might be more. I need to make sure I get this one right. Alrighty. So, you want heart this time. Heart, 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 heart. Aha! Well, I have a true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of a house. That should help. Nothing's nothing proof, eh, librarian? But I hope I know now how I might protect myself. Alright, Douglas Moore. Peter Agdistis. Oh. Remember, kids, only nothing occupies only nowhere. Yeah. Very specifically, by the way, we're going for anyone who has heart or winter interests for this one. So, Agdistis, Fekri, Moore, Schaller, Southey, Wakefield. Oh, shoot. Well, I guess I have that for the future then. Alright. This time let's actually do this properly. And now we just need Schaller. And he'll come for any, nectar. What can this... Herbs and infusions should do it. Oh, shoot. It occurs to me that, last time I had made a... Oh, I'm stupid. Last time I had invitations set out for a salon, but now I don't remember who I invited. I've got an invitation to Haima here, but I don't remember if there was anyone else. Let me check real quick. Oh, wait, no. I literally, for some reason that I do not recall... Oh, you know what it was? If I'm remembering correctly... Oh, Copper Dinosaur! If the place settings are wrong at an occult dinner party, you might open a portal to the wrong dimension. Yeah. I think what happened is that I had an invitation for Lala Haima, but then Haima just showed up for some other reason. I think it was that she showed up as the season's rando consultation, and I had already been planning to invite her. And when that happened, the invitation that I was going to use to grab her ended up not being used. Yes, that's what happened. Okay, that's why I have a random Lalahaima invitation. So who the heck did I set up for here? Because I've got something set up, but I don't remember who it was. I may have to check that later on in the stream. Okay. I think we do have a full set here. We have an egg, cold pheasant with grape salad, onion rings, marinated roast beef, and the walls of Ys. Well, in that case... it doesn't super matter if I end up having different guests than I said I would last time. Okay, let me try and backfill what my logic was here. So, okay, and maybe there was no logic. Walls of Ys has Grail, Knock, Nectar, little bit of Winter, and Forge. Marinated roast beef has Edge, Forge, Grail and Heart, and Scale. Onion rings have Edge, Grail, Heart, and Nectar. Cold pheasant with grape salad is Heart, Grail, Nectar, Rose, and Sky. And a boiled egg is Scale, Sky, Winter, and Heart. So there's nothing moon aligned here at all. So we can't get Fekri or Peel. Everyone else is fine, though. What would be a fun setup? Let's invite the Keels back, and then combine them with Princess Coquille, Daymare, Lalahaima, and And Connie Lee. That'll be really funny. Okay. So in that case... I'm gonna want to... Connie... Daymare. Haima. And Kokio. Alright, it's about time to send out Peter's invitation. And go ahead and invite the Keels up to the house. Oh shoot, an amber pumpkin. Thank you. All right, Douglas Moore. All right. We stuffed this one right up, and Muggins here has to unstuff it. You didn't hear me say that. For the unstuffing effort, I'm going to have to read up on protections. All right, Asclepian Mysteries. Right, thanks. Might have a sporting chance of not getting et from the inside out now. Much obliged. Hold on. mod view. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm sorry for what happened with the circus. Some of it might have been clarities, Ovidic forms, conducive. Could have been. I need to understand what. Alright, winter. I think I'll have enough. I think. Thank you. Now, if we're doing this set of people for the thing, we need a knock beverage. Which second flush Assam we should have in spades. Dawn Lion coffee will be good for someone, maybe? Hold on. Well, second flush should also do for Lala. Connie wants Sky. And Kokil wants Grail. No, no one will like the Dawn Lion coffee. Ah! Thank you for the first, Evangeline. And thank you for the surprise kiss via text. Ah, there it is. Lapsang Souchong should be good for Connie. That should be enough for 2 people, so that's 3 done. Or no, 4 done. So Connie, Daymare, the Keels, and... Ah, right, I need Coquille. Honestly, I'm just gonna make another one of those Witching Teasons. Right, next up. A friend of mine, he collects curios. Now there is something he wishes he had not collected. But, how should I put this? It does not wish him to uncollect it. His new treasure is possessed by a malignity of nowhere. I think perhaps the hour they call the Rising Spider. If it is so, my usual protections will not serve against it. I hope that you can help me. Thank you, my friend. My worry now is that if this protection is sufficient, he will decide not to dispose of the thing at all. He will hope to keep it, and against nowhere, the best protection is fleeting. I will use all my persuasions. Thank you. The Rising Spider. This is apparently another Mystery Nowhere entity. Apparently not too much is known about it. We might learn more in, Traveling at Night. Right, next up is Schaller. I picked up one of those Grunwald pieces myself, you know, a waxwork. A little more restless than most waxworks, it turns out. Luckily for me, I've learnt not to trust the Bureau to do my job. An old acquaintance of mine at the Grove of Green Immortals would be very grateful for this, restless waxwork. But if I'm going to transport it all the way across Asia, I need to make sure it stays in its box. Thank you, librarian. I should be able now to discourage the thing from taking midnight constitutionals. It's bad enough when it does that in my rooms. It would be very rude so to inconvenience other passengers if I had to have to travel by train. Yeah, it would be. Link to the spider's door as far as I know. Interesting. And finally... Hello there, got a moment? These Grunwald curios, I've acquired one of my own. A device. The Bureau had assured me it was safe. I had commissioned repairs, but now, as you can imagine, I'm having doubts. I'm still hoping it'll be safe to set the device in motion, but I'd like to be absolutely certain. The 5 letters on memory should help you. Well, this is a disappointment. I suppose I should disassemble the thing now, possibly have it drop down a mine shaft. I'm very glad I came to see you, librarian. Okay, here we go. 1... ConCon just went up. Raid idea. Oh? Not seeing him on my screen, but I believe you. Oh, no, there he is. Well, we'll see. It's not quite time for that yet. Oh dear, right. It did say last time that we spoke with him that I could probably help him with some elevators. Didn't expect it to be on Wednesday, oh well. Well... If ConCon would like to drop in, say hi, I'm willing, and if we end up ending a little bit early, then I'm sure I'll be able to raid in. Right. Princess Coquille, Lalahaima, Connie Lee, Daymare. Formal meal. Add a fete. Connie and Coquille are discussing recent shipwrecks and a possible connection to Ys. Alright, I think Grunwald provision is basically done. Coquille and Connie are discussing the rumors about the liaison between Franklin Bancroft and Ava DeWolf more than 200 years ago. About Bancroft's departure and the child they might have had. It is good to be adopted into a loving family, Coquille says smilingly, but she will not be drawn on what that means. It's really funny that Yvette just left. Mrs. Keel and Haima commiserate about the near impossibility of finding decent coffee in England. Coquille and Mrs. Keel discuss means to ease childbirth and to prevent it. I see. Also, I should probably be thinking about actually getting stuff done here. So we're definitely going to have at least one Sea Stories lesson. Incredibly based, yes. One of them is definitely going to Sea Stories, and I think another will probably go, unless I get something with Grail, to Desires and Dissolutions. Because I do actually want that one a bit higher. So I'm going to start grabbing Grail and Moon. So that's Skeleton Songs. Salt, of course. Ah! Hi, Boopy. Care you too. I'm just gonna start filling up my cup of water right now because I'm guessing that I'm going to need it in a moment. I was just gonna say that in dip, but like, yep, there it is. Snake has been watered, and long snake. I think I slept on my left shoulder wrong. It's a little bit sore. One second. I'm taking my headphones off. I need to wind this out. Alrighty, that should be a little better. Right. Fekri's herbery down here. And thank you for the care package, Bippy. gossip. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. To get both, I would need 5 more, which I think is doable. If I use a contradiction. Or wait. Victory of Crowns should work. That one's Moon. Then a Confounding Parable has Moon. That's 2. Intuition has Moon. Three. Stolen Secrets got Moon. And then... no, that one's not Moon. Just one more of either Moon or Grail. Loopholes. And that should be good. Now. Arab. Dagmar greets Mrs. Keel as Mademoiselle Raveline, corrects herself, thumps her on the shoulder, asks about various French relatives of Mrs. Keel's that Mrs. Keel hasn't seen in years, enthuses about various other French... and eventually asks if she's had any trouble with La Malaise Raveline. Mrs. Keel answers politely that she has not, but that she has chosen not to have children just in case. Across the table, Mr. Keel catches her eye with the familiarity of long marriage and reaches for her hand. Oh, so... Mrs. Keel's got some stuff going on that's associated with the Raveline family. And this should be the last one. Dagmar is planning a visit to the Mozabit Pentapolis in Algeria to catch up with a wretched troublemaker. She earnestly solicits advice on the region from Haima, who she keeps addressing unself-consciously as Charlie. Huh. Lots of weird personal lore, yeah. Alrighty. So, first things first. Alright, Desires and Disillusions at 7. And... that should be Sea Stories at 4. Ah, a rainy day. Excellent. That actually helps us out quite a bit. Okay. Gonna improve rights of the roots up to 6. So that's gonna be... Beekeeper's Ends. Daratio Quercum. Rain. Plant. Talk to a living relic for an extra. And then, Sand Stories is Moon again, so we should be able to... let's bring up Sea Stories. It's been doing a lot of work. It deserves it. Okay. So that's Pale Lady, Prince of Wines. Skeleton Songs. Victory of Crowns. And Book of the Centipede. Oh. Today's book is The Wonderful Shape for Trismegisera. Blessings and invocations of the Triple Knot recorded at a sanctuary in Cyprus notable for its weavers, sculptors, and gardeners. And, of course, it's in Kilisimi. Okay. Upgraded Rites of the Roots. And... upgraded Sea Stories. Now, as for Spices and Savors itself, honestly, I think that I want to bring up Transformations and Liberations a bit more. Considering that, if I remember correctly, that's the one that lets us get Orpiment Exultant. We have Curious Hunch, so that's one knocked off. So we only need to make 5 between Moth and Forge. One, two, now 3 Forge should be good. Book of Cinders, that's 3. And that's for Foresight. A Pattern. And finally, regret. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. Mixed up regret and loss, but still. Oh, wait, we need one more. Shoot. Memory touch should do. Uh... Transformations and liberations. And perfect. Oh, and I think there's my food come in, so I will be back momentarily. All right, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Unfortunate news, I realized when I went to change the thing that I haven't actually been recording this whole time. Now, I still have the stream VOD. Hopefully nothing's wrong with it. I'm recording from this point forward, so I'll be able to stitch them together or just use the full VOD if there's no problems. Okay. Where was I? Well, since it's a rainy day, why don't we read this book? We'll use Ava's desk. Kirasimi. Tridesma Hiera. All right. By the end of spring, we'll be dealing with another salon. Daymare was a fun ad last time. I think I'll go with her again. Got some mist-kissed water. That said, it is going to be summer, so might as well do a picnic. Something a little more low-key. Maybe 3 people, I think, plus possibly a villager. Let's see. How's about... Actually, just 3. Daymare, Kokil, and... Daemir Coquille and Peter Agdistis, I think, is a plan. Oh no, he's Sky. The roots go deep, the knots remain. Oh, that's probably what I'm titling this this episode. That's a good one. The final invocation is one for the restoration of the roots, to be spoken before an altar of the Triple Knot. But puzzlingly, it should not be spoken by any priestess of the Knot, or even by one who has been initiated into their mysteries. Huh. Well, it's a satisfaction book. And we get 2 Tres Mahiera lessons. There's that one. And what can we do with this satisfaction? Oh, easy. We just bring back the stuff we did a minute ago. Oh. Right. All right. So, we've got our guest list. And we're going to need food and drink that is Grail, Knock, and Heart. That shouldn't be too difficult. Especially since a picnic doesn't require a full course. So, I'm thinking... Okay. Getting Dagmar back on is gonna be tricky. But... dough. And... Clarice. Should be good. Here we go. Poached mackerel, poire is, and a game pie. And now, all we need is a heart drink and a grail drink, which should not be a problem for us. And a heart beverage should be as simple as... Oh, apparently Isle water works. Oh yeah, there is heart there. You know what, let's make the drinks as bizarre as possible. We have two people with different varieties of water. And then we have one person who just straight up has a glass of Domaine Raveline. Alrighty. Now, at this point, we can just kind of start fast-forwarding. Though we could also start reading from the unread books area. Yeah, let's finish off the Tantras at least. Just before the outbreak of the Great War, Alexander Sparrow, almost certainly a pseudonym, published leaflets claiming the influence of snake princes on world affairs. The text called the Twin Serpent Tantra was his primary inspiration. The Tantra describes the Great Hooded Princes, a dynasty of unclear origin, engaging in prayers, sacrifices, and poetry in honor of the Key Serpent, the Crossroads Twins, and the Mirror Queen. Nagi encircles, Nagi arises from wounds, Nagi spares those who are already harmed. This Tantra is recorded as being spoken by an enigmatic individual identified as Peel, with many of the qualities of the mythological Naga. The flayed Tantra played a notable part in Alexander Sparrow's paranoid pamphleteering. Peel was numbered among the Great Hooded Princes, but it breaks with its brethren and followed the Thunderskin and the Endless Dance. Once Peel had peeled itself, it had the ink it needed to write the Tantra. It had to face the wrath of its fellows. Here is the invocation it used to fend them off. He prefers confidant, yeah. Storm and Magaphine Mysteries. The Great Hooded Princes are described as having escaped from the history of their death to a history where they yet live. The text claims that there are now 108 of them, but in one of many instances of twinnedness, before they crossed from their death chronicle, there were only 54. It's a pattern book with edicts liminal. Oh, shoot. I think I had an overflow shelf for patterns somewhere, but I don't know. Yes, okay, it was here. All right. Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about using these right away. Right, okay, cloudy day. I figure okay. Surgeries and exsanguinations. And Pearl and Tide, probably. Okay. Yep, and then the fact there are 108 hooded princes is referenced in the title of 108. That's a cheerful ditty. That's one. Pattern makes two. Storm 3. Hmm. Four. And... five. Okay. Should be good. Alright. Now, surgeries, exsanguinations. Pattern, secret threshold, loopholes. Edicts liminal. Shapt. Storm and Cheerful Ditty. And then Pearl and Tide. There we go. Oh, and we still have the clouds. I completely forgot I had that. Well then... Next up, we'll use our second Magaphine Mysteries on... Sharps. So, that's gonna be Gospel of Zacchaeus, Salt again, Victory of Crowns again, honestly, we can pretty much do everything the same way we did last time. But... I'll do the 108 here this time. Oh, I'm an idiot. I keep going one extra that I don't need. Okay. If I'm going with sharps, let's say that I want to use Edict's Liminal on something. Is there a way to use one of these for Edict's Liminal? Probably. Or Edict's Liminal for something else. I mean... Oh, right! I do in fact have Edict's Liminal itself. We can use the Salt Memory on Edict's Liminal instead. So, in that case, here's sharps. We use these ones with Magaphine Mysteries. And then 3 more in Moth and Knock. Okay, that's easy. Just Verse. Gospel of Zacchaeus again. And... there we go. Right. We're learning more and more. All right, going into summer. Which we should be able to... Dr. Peel. You know what? I was considering inviting Dr. Peel to the picnic. I'm just gonna go ahead and make something for him. Hold on a second. He should be pretty easy to accommodate. Oh, you're here? Let me cook you something. Yeah, exactly. And yep, at this point, we can talk to Aeson about the Grunwald provision. Right. Righto. Egg has been boiled. So, I think we're good. All right, adding metal. Dagmar rambles merrily at a skeptical Agdistis about the possibilities, nictodromic and musical, of the new Hammond organs. Having one shipped over, put up in my organ loft, she says happily. Course we'll need electricity in the organ loft first, and the castle, and put the roof back on the castle. Any chance you're rich, Aggers? Help a gal out. Oh, that's Lockworks and Clockworks, okay. A loft for organs. Wonder if she has a spare liver. That, we can probably get started with, an improved door and wall a bit. So... Agdistis and Aaron are discussing the Thunderskins' rights in Phrygia, India, and Cyprus. Ah, drums and dances. Excellent. I had wanted to get that one up, too. In which case, actually, let me go ahead and... That one is Nectar and Heart. So... There's a cheerful ditty for 1 heart. One nectar. Nectar. And Storm for heart. There we go. Add a Fet card to ask about dreams. Somewhere in the background, someone like perks up an ear and is like, "Is there music playing elsewhere in the house, librarian?" And it's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And we're playing Opening the Sky. Kokil and Agdistis are talking contemporary dance. Ooh. Fet. Arun and Dagmar greet each other with delight and are soon engaged in another round of their perennial riddle game. Riddle game. What is the difference, Arun asks, between a twin? Dagmar roars happily. One of its names is both the same! Huh. Alrighty. Really don't know what to do with this one. I can dream on it. That is something I can do. Also, I should probably go ahead and send over my invitation to Aeson. Okay. We've got Door and Wall, which was this, with Lockworks and Clockworks. Then if we can get this working, we'll need these 4. But And for Grunwald provision. Yeah, everything should be good. We don't need to do anything particularly special. Alright, drums and dances. Oh. Oh, shoot. Okay. Right. Mr. Feckery. How's it going with the malignities from the Grunwald business? It went well. The Grunwald business is over, but there was something odd left over. A carapace-adjacent entity, I think. No, don't panic. It never took the Nowhere corruption. It just hung out in good company. It's a hapless little thing, but the Bureau's still sniffing around. I'm certain it's harmless, and Hush House has always been a refuge. Could you give it sanctuary? There's a place it might be useful. Aesan's Wisp. It is counted as a memory and a fuel. A poor wisp preserved by Aesan from the Grunwald disaster. Cooing, mewing, warm to the touch. Notionally harmless. Aesan has asked you to place this in the chrysalis that you can find in the cucurbit, but you could destroy it in the furnace if you were suspicious. Alright, so. In that case. The wisp yearns towards the row of lights running down the chrysalis's underside, like a worm questing for light, or like a battered wing-broken moth. It isn't clear what might happen, but if it's something untoward, then the chrysalis is, after all, bound and imprisoned in a secure cell. Right, yeah. And I think... Yep. This is what we want. Oh no! Oh, it wasn't paused! I'm an idiot. I am such an idiot. Ah, well. And for this one, Edict's Liminal. We'll be able to use that Wild Surmise that we've got saved. So, just verse for knock. More knock. Even more knock. And, I'll just get another instinct when we come to it. The wisp wriggles into the soft space beneath the chrysalis's leathery lip, flickers, passes within. The chrysalis begins to shudder. The shuddering continues for several minutes, until the whole mass sways from side to side and the ropes creak. Then it's still, though its lights flicker twice, 3 times. The chrysalis now admits and provides winter aspect. The shed skin of a poor wisp preserved by Aeson from the Grunwald disaster. The wisp itself now resides in the chrysalis. Good to hear it, librarian. The carapace has its downside, but I get sentimental about things like this. I hope it does well in its new home. And now, Mr. Aeson Fekri is inspired with Agenda Stone Remembered and Sympathy Carapace. Now, admittedly, we don't really have a salon for him to go to, so let's just have a chat with Aeson. Um... Here, have the Perugian Diaries. Okay. And there we go. So, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The affair of the Grunwald provision is crossed off our list. So, as a reminder, we now have our treasurer is Mr. Fraser Strathcoyne. He's already done. He actually starts done. Our Secretary Salvant, Mr. Asan Fekri, reprising his old role. Secretary Vigilant, the plan is D.I. Douglas Moore. Still have to deal with that one. Or actually, did we do that one? We might have done that one. What was Douglas's? Okay, no. We haven't done the thing with Douglas. Unfortunately, in the affair of the God in the Wood, which is one of Douglas's possibilities, the only thing he's actually allowed to feel about the carapace is fear. And yeah, so we don't want that one. If we're not doing the God in the Wood, then it looks like Douglas's only other possibility is the affair of the Open Reverend. Which... that will give him... Yeah, okay. The Open Reverend is goes on a while, but it gives him agenda, secrecy, and fear nowhere. Um, and hopefully, yeah, that doesn't get in the way of any of our stuff. So, all right. Treasurer, Salvant, Persistent, and Nunciant are all done. So we're looking for our Secretary Vigilant and Enigmatic. Nunciant is Dr. Serena Blackwood, who's currently afraid of the Chandler. Persistent is Mademoiselle Machetine, who is on board for the Carapace and Stone Remembered. Um, so we need the affair of the Dappled Rose for Peel. And we'll need the affair of the Open Reverend for Douglas. So those are what we're looking for now. Right now. Okay. I want to put this Resurgences and Emergences into Great Signs and the Great Scars. That's one. Two. Three. Four. Five. Six. There we go. Great Signs, Great Scars 7, and that's done. Oh, wow. Rainbow Squid 4. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Come on in. Hello. Ah. We are just playing some Book of Hours. And I'm very excited because we just got a book, The Manner in Which the Alchemist Was Spared, which has the last skill that we've been looking for, Anbari and Lapidary. Love me some Book of Hours. You and me both. You and me both. And there we go. Oh, man. Oh, this is so good. Okay. I'm excited. But we do have to remember, there is a salon upcoming next season. We should probably do something for that. Okay. I think that if we do this... Okay, what was that recipe for King's Luck Pie again? Joyous Day, yes. Okay. King's Luck Pie. Normally you make a sea pie and then add pears, but there's, like, another way to do it. Hold on. Okay. We need roast beef, specifically. Roast beef plus pear pie is the alternate recipe for King's Luck. And here we go. Okay. Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. Oriflammes, is a little bit on my shit list for taking so long to give me a book for Anbari and Lapidary, but it will be forgiven this once. Okay. Metal. What is my highest forge? Disciplines of the Hammer. It's in VAC. We definitely will need a powerful memory, which I think will be safe if we just go ahead and read. Where was it? The Paths of the Sun. Sun's Design. It's in Crack Track again. We've been using a lot of Crack Track this run. And once again, we have the Great Pie of Power. If we're bringing out the King's Luck Pie for this next salon, it's probably because we're bringing back the Moors. In which case, let me check something. Okay. So the guest list this time will be, once this is done, the guest list will be Douglas Moore, Arthur Moore, Aaron Peel, and Azita Bukhara. Okay. Here goes. At the Ambrose desk. The manner in which the alchemist was spared. In 1782, Anaël Verrières used this text as the basis for a presentation to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. He was executed in secret the following morning without trial. And there we go. The kindled flame. In the days of the Carapace Cross, when humanity lived in the dark and ate on its knees, humans could enter the Mansus like vermin. One learnt the arts of flint, the arts of shaping and remaking. Alright, so now that we know who we're bringing... Honestly, the vast majority of the guests... Yeah, I should be able to just use up this second flush. Assam. And Peel will have water. Then we have King's Luck Pie for the main course. Onion rings could be a decent side dish. Which does remind me I need to do a bit of harvesting this month. These are onions. Wonderful. Through the black, the yellow, the red, the unwise mortal ascended to the shadow of the egg unhatching and remained in his service. He may be there to this day. I'm not certain you've gotten the gender of the unwise mortal correctly there. Although, possibly there's something going on with, the unwise mortal / the Elagabalene / Sunset Celia potentially being multiple genders due to... either just due to being regular trans or due to history fucking around. Anbury and Lapidary, and Foresight. Okay. Acquire Anbury and Lapidary. Alright, we've got batter. Now, batter plus onions plus knife equals onion rings. Anbury and Lapidary. And now... We can immediately get it to level 2 with just the abilities from its own book. Okay. Lightning is a little life, and jewels are its eyes. Lovely. Okay. This is also a Foresight book, which does unfortunately mean that I need to go find the overflow shelf. Where was it? That was the Intuition overflow. That's for the Carmine Petal specifically. Nin's Cages. Foresight Overflow. Yes, here it is. And there we have it. Now, we can get started on the Long March. We've saved all of these books, specifically because Anburian Lapidary has Forge and Sky. All of these books have subjects that give Forge or Sky. I think we can probably swing one more today. Let's read An Echo of Silence. A very heterodox history of the House of Lethe as recorded by the Serenity, a Lethean adept who declares that the House of Lethe was created explicitly to prevent the ascension of any more mortals to name or hour status. Alrighty, so this will be in the Natan desk, and we can probably do this just fine with insect... No, wait, Insects and Nectars, weirdly enough, doesn't actually contain moth. We'll need Resurgences and Emergences. There we go. We will need Sabazine. And Trist. And then alright, Foresight. Lady Ava's Repose. That's for Regret. That's another Forge. That'll be 2. I can probably swing 3 more. Oh, wait, yeah, easily. Okay. So in that case, let's also grab A Shape in Smoke, Ambrose Westcott's exposition on tobacco blending and the oracles of the pipe. We can do that one in the governor's desk. With Disciplines of the Hammer. And then we can just Savage Hymn. Skeleton Songs. And Perugian Diaries. And by the time we're finished reading both of those books, we should be able to get everything. Okay, here are our onion rings. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. That is our second dish of 5. That's a side dish, so we need a first course. The first course can be... Ah, perfect, actually. The amber pumpkin that we were given last time, along with some drippings, for amber pumpkin soup. That'll cover both of the Moors, who both like Lantern. Azita, who likes Edge. And now we just need something for Peel, who likes Moon. Oh, wait, the Amber Pumpkin soup is Moon as well, so it covers Peel. So literally everything else could be just whatever the heck we want. The pudding is whatever is easiest for us. Oh, that reminds me. I should be getting more regular pears while they're in season. But speaking of pears... Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Oh, shoot. Was it... No, it wasn't Rites of the Roots. Oh god, I just, probably just screwed that up. Any others that can do it? Please? No, it's gotta be... the branch. Wait. Oh, okay, thank goodness. The Amber Pompions of Bran Krug are, according to tradition, all descendants of the seeds brought by Kitty Mazarine from her home across the soft sea. You know, I wish I knew more about Kitty Mazarine. She and Natalia Brio, we know a lot of little things about them, but I feel like we don't get as much of a sense of them as librarians as some of the other characters. Like, okay. Going down the list, right? We skip past the DeWolfs for now. Ambrose Westcott. We know a lot about Ambrose Westcott because the man makes himself known. It's impossible to miss Westcott's contributions to the house. Then... Solomon Husher, what we know about him is that he's a weird man who just kind of vanished into the snow one day. We know of him through Solomon's Preparation, and we know him specifically through the Long Tower. Solomon's Preparation, my bullet. Yeah, it's super useful. Yeah, there's not a ton about Solomon, but what we get of him paints a pretty clear picture. Then there's... Yeah, Kitty Mazarine was number 2. She was the second ever librarian, and literally all we really know about her is that she was a versatile musician that invited villagers and visitors to recitals. This was her music room. We know that she invented the Mazarine fife, but we don't really know anything else about her. And I think that's a shame. And similarly, like, going up, Fraser Strathcoyne. This guy's still alive. Like, we know a lot about Strathcoyne because we can speak to him. Then Natalia Briot is kind of another mystery. There's a lot of... She's very heavily implied to have been edge-aligned in some way. She's got quotes on... She's got a quote on Glazerian lightsmithing. That suggests that a broken window can be a weapon. And she apparently requested that Dearday and Torg stay at Hush House for a year so that she can study them in order to see an edgelong duo. And this didn't seem to pan out very well because the whole thing was a trap, apparently. I don't know. I feel like I don't know much about Natalia Briot beyond she was edge-aligned. And again, I feel like I kind of want to. Now, Willem Harries we've talked about at length, and the connections that he has with Gervinus van Loren, where they are explicitly the same person. We know a lot about Thyrza Blake because, I mean, she's the disaster woman who nearly destroyed the entire place. Sir David Green, we don't know a ton about, but we do have his... We do have his journal right over here. And we did read that, so there was some interesting stuff there. Then he's followed up with Brian Levinson. And we don't know a lot about Brian either. But the thing is, with Brian, it seems like it's more like, the reason we don't know about him is because he didn't do much overall. His quote is that he served two masters as best he could. Or no, wait, who saw his fate and did not shirk it. What? Okay, it was David Green who served two masters as best he could. Which is referring to being... Yeah, the Curie of the Isle and Cucurbit Prison. We also know about David Green from the desk in the map room. That he was the former Nocturnal Branch superintendent. Okay, I'm actually now that I've seen this, I had mixed this up, who saw his fate and did not shirk it. Now I'm a bit more curious about Brian Levinson, but we know something about him, which is that he was able to peer a little bit into the future, and that's because... in Elopolis Nook in Motley Tower, although it wouldn't have been Elopolis Nook yet because this happened after Brian Levinson, all of these paintings are Brian Levinson painting a famous artist's work a good number of years before the artist themselves does it, because Brian Levinson can see the future. So, like, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, an impossible copy of a painting that the real artist hadn't yet executed. He signed it with the illumination mark and dated it 1958. So this is Sedona, not yet. To be fruitful, the Picasso fruit. To hear those voices. Yeah, all these are prefigures. A Kirchner painting, again at night. Red Blue, another Picasso. Love in a Quiet Place, another Kirchner. So this is like the main thing we know about Brian Levinson, is that he did this. So I'm wondering if Who Saw His Fate and Did Not Shirk It is a larger thing about him just being able to see the future. But again, very interesting character. Then there was Serena Blackwood. Again, much like Strathcoin, we know the deal with Serena. She's still alive. And she's been all over the place. We know specifically that she was the one who let Christopher Illopoli stay at the place. And then finally there's Gervinus von Loren, who we've had the discussion before that he's the same person as Willem Harries. He's essentially a twice-born, and is... Well, the whole thing with Harries, Harries was good at opening ways, Von Loren was good at closing them, but they're both very knock-aligned. And ultimately that wasn't enough. This is where Cucurbit Prison basically exploded, and due to Governor Coller's mishandling of the situation, it's pretty heavily implied that Von Loren also died in that fire. Hopefully he had a less painful death than Collars did. And then, of course, there's us, as represented here by a snake, and our successor, as represented here by another snake. So yeah, of them, I feel like I know a decent amount about most of them, but I really want to know more about Mazarine, Briot, and Levinson. All right. One, two, three. Right. Our dessert is going to be poiris. Do you think we'll get stuff out either the player librarian or their successor in Traveling at Night? If so, it's almost certain that it's not going to be much, because just like the only thing that's explicitly canon in from Cultist Simulator to Traveling at Night is that an adept ended up being able to defeat Julian Cosley at some point. I imagine that the canonical ending of Book of Hours is going to be the ending where nothing changes. Where no one makes a new history and we just restore the house and do nothing with it. So at the very least, definitely, my librarian is not going to be represented, considering what's about to happen. Right. Eternity cannot be escaped, but in history it may be delayed, the Serenity explains. The gods who were flesh, by their nature, are a surrender to eternity. The roots of the house are said to pass into the Wood of Dreams through the three forests in the bounds, identified as the Baelai, the Black Cedar Forest, and the Braceliant. While one tree of these may yet stand, one single tree, the histories continue. Interesting. Okay. So forests are very important in the Secret Histories lore. Obviously, there's the wood. But the Bounds is a physical location, right? Like, it's somewhere between the Mansus and the real world. But I'm guessing that these forests are real places. Let me actually look these up, because I'm curious all of a sudden. Oh ho. So the Baelai is a... Hold on a moment. The Baelai is an ancient mythical forest from Jewish folklore. The Brecheliant is a legendary enchanted forest in Arthurian mythology. Oh, and... Okay, it's also spelled Broceliande, which is the same spelling as Lambig Broceliande, distilled from apples in the oldest forest of the western continent. So, okay, yes. So, the Brecheliant is the same as the Broceliande, and it's apparently one of the 3 roots of the Mansus. The Black Cedar Forest, I'm having a bit of trouble finding any information on because, I mean... Black Cedar is a... Oh, wait. The Black Cedar Forest is the realm of the gods in Mesopotamian mythology. Okay, so we have Old English mythology, Mesopotamian mythology, and Jewish folklore being indicated as the 3 roots of the Mansus. All of them being legendary forests of some kind. So those are all in the bounds, somewhere outside of reality, but only just. The same kind of place where Ys is. Neat. Oh, excellent. We can do this now. Leaves and thorns. It's raining. Add wood. Actually, we don't even need to use that wood. We can use any wood at this point, I think. Yep. Sacralimier and Impulse. Which means this goes here. Alrighty. Now. As for A Shape in Smoke, the text is spotted with spark holes throughout. Westcott observes gnomically that a pipe might be said to manifest the red flower of the Watchman's Tree, for when lies are burnt, wisdom arises, and vice versa. Interesting. Revelation and Pyroglyphics. Anvurian Lapidary. Should now be up to 4. Warbelelen. And we'll need one more thing. Chef's choice on this one. What should we make? You know what? I'm gonna be lazy and just put out a little pile of blackberries. Alrighty. Now, Anvurian Lapidary has gone from not existing to being at 4, but we still have a long way to go before we reach our goal. Okay. Right. Next 2 levels we can get with Pyroglyphics alone. So next step will be to read the Gospel of Nicodemus. And now, one, 2, three, 4, 5, 5. Six. Seven. Eight. Do I have some ability to get one more thing under Forge or Sky? Well, I don't think we have any leftover desks. We've used every single desk in the place. So we'll need to get a Sky memory somehow elsewhere. But I don't think that's not doable. Aha! We can use the talk verb. Pet gull. There we go. That should give us a wind rumor. Right. Okay. Yeah. No worries. Here are some pilchards. Alright. Anbarian Lapidary. Oh, we could have done that so much easier if I had just gotten the Cheerful Ditty in using one of the phonographs. Okay, I'll know that for next time. And there we go. Andrean Lapidary should be up to 6 now. One, two, three. Or I think, okay, 1, 2. Three. 4. 5. 6. That should be good. Right. Inventori lucis soli invicto nuntio, reads the dedication, loosely translatable as, I am the herald of the sun unconquerable, light's contriver. This is a variation on the more usual Invicto Augusto, the declaration which united the Eastern and Western traditions of the Church Solar. The Shepherd Illuminate, the Virgin-born, warns of the sun's division but promises its ultimate reunification in the Second Dawn through the ministry of Saint Uzalt. Uzalt is, of course, the ink of power used by the librarians of the tree, but also venerated as a saint in some borderline heterodox solar traditions. Interesting. And that's a Revelation book. Alrighty. And Andrean Lapidary is going up once again. I'll keep that Newman. That's going to be useful for later, even though I fucked it up slightly this time. Alrighty. Andrean Lapidary 7. Only 2 more to go. Okay. Let's see. Book of the True Blood is next, I think. Here's the governor's desk. Disciplines of the Scar. With metal. And... we'll need something else. Torg's Cleansing. This is another thing for Brio that we know of, that she learned this powerful, if unpleasant, technique from Reverend Torg. If Torg was a Reverend, was he Unconquered Son? So, okay, I don't necessarily think you have to be Unconquered Son to be a Reverend, because we do see that the Priest Legacy and Cultist Simulator is much more aligned towards Nock. And we see this again in the Affair of the Open Reverend. I think that there's a lot of ways you can be priest. It might be that he was, like, generally Unconquered Son, as in pretended to be, at least, but... well, I suppose you can still be Lantern-aligned while being also Edge-aligned, like with, Arthur Moore is kind of both. It's possible he was Unconquered Son, but I doubt he was all that... like, dedicated to it, if that makes sense. Aha! That's useful. All right. No. One, two, three. Oh, no. Four. Five. Six. 7. Right. That's probably enough fiddling with things for now. I'll probably be able to finish it out tonight. Or today, sorry. I mean, yes, tonight as well, but... Alrighty. Cassius the Thoman reveals the deeds of the Unnumbered Legion, the secret army that protected Rome against the Shadowless Empire. The Legion's legate answered directly to the hour called the Tribune of Scars, and was promised immortality if he died in battle. In the final part, Cassius confesses to being a former legate. He recounts his terror of the Tribune, and divulges the secret lore of the Golden General, the champion of the Shadowless Empire, the enemy in the Tribune, in the hope that the Tribune will someday be undone. Fear and Menascate Reflections. There we go. All right. One, two, three, 4, 5. Should be 3 more after this. And so then we can just Skeleton Songs, DMC5, Savage Hymn. Got an Ascendant Harmony. There we go. And here we are. Anburian Lapidary. On a sunny day. The Paths of the Sun. The Memory of a Storm. 4 different types of music. And sitting in Ambrose Westcott's favorite chair. Reflecting on the Menascate. And just a little bit of metal. Anburian Lapidary, level 9. And I think we all know what that means. Here goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 5 empty slots. Anburian Lapidary. Preliminal Meter. Purifications and Exaltations. Stitching and Binding. And Putrefactions and Calcinations. Stitching and Binding. This could go in Preservation as well, where it would say, a deft enough binding might heal anything, flesh, spirit, song, stone. That would be Preservation. A deft enough binding might contain anything, flesh, spirit, God's light. That would be Ithistry. Let's actually look at some of these, because there is another option, for the record, which is that we put spices and savors in Ithistry somewhere. Which would be copper, coal, fire, cinnamon, sunlight, obsidian. Add salt to taste. Serve. That's Ithistry. And its other spot could be the Bosk, which, Oak, earth, ice, ash, stars, blood. Drowned to quenching. Serve. That's Bosk. Then there would be Putrefactions and Calcinations. All days are death, all lives are sunset. No fire will last without fuel. There can be no second dawn without a war to burn the bones of earth. This is Ithistry at its most merciless. And Skolakosophy, for Putrefactions and Calcinations, says, all days are death, all lives are sunset. For a time, light persists, but we should not fear the scorch of a second dawn. This is Skolakosophy at its most merciful. And from there forward, Preliminal Meter. In Illumination says, one of us passed the summit, one may not. 2 of us sought the lantern, 2 chose flight. The 7th rarely named, but not forgot. There's no issues with this one, with the Ithistry commitment. Purifications, exaltations. Never underestimate the hour named Menascate. Foolish adepts deride her as an hour of vanity. What do they think defines the hours? Light purifies, light exalts. And then, okay, yeah, the Ithistry one's fine. That was the Illumination one. And finally, Anbury and Lapidary itself can also go under Horamachistry. Which, under Horamachistry, the bright arts speak of a shining city unbuilt. One day we might build it in the Mansus, the great house of dreams, with a foundation stone of black sapphire. This would be a great matter of Horamachistry. Yeah, I actually think I'm going to change up my plan very slightly. And I'm going to start off with putrefactions and calcinations into Ithistry. All days are death, all lives are sunset. No fire will last without fuel. There can be no second dawn without a war to burn the bones of earth. This is Ithistry at its most merciless. And that gives us Whist. Then never underestimate the hour named Madrigad. Foolish adepts deride her as an hour of ashes. What do they think the Watchman's Tree sprang from? Fire purifies, light exalts. Copper, coal, fire, cinnamon, sunlight, obsidian. Add salt to taste. Serve. That's Ithistry. Birds of a scale, wings and talons bright. Worms of a feather, kissed again by stones. Kissed by fire, kissed by snow, by blight. This is Ithistry. And finally, the bright arts speak of a shining city unbuilt. One day we might build it like a jewel in the sea, with a foundation stone of amber. This would be a great work of Ithistry. And there we go. We have now gotten a skill into level 9 of every single branch. But I'm also going to do one more little thing. Stitching and binding over here. A deft enough binding might heal anything. Flesh, spirit, song, stone. That would be preservation. And this is much more in character for the Executioner. And bingo! We are officially, at least I think, done with the Tree of Wisdoms. There are no more skills and no more places to put them. I believe this is what you might call peak. Another sunny day. And now we are in autumn. With a new incident. Oh, I splashed water in my own face. Bleh. The affair of the absent friend. The Lygian Medusa is long dead, and as is well attested. It's nevertheless well attested also that she walks in the streets of Budapest by moonlight. That's just one of those things, but now, for the first time, she's being glimpsed in daylight too. What could that portend? Ooh, fun. Not one that we particularly need, but it's workable. Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with just chatting about this one. She is the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. That is how we are accustomed to speak of the Lygian Medusa, who haunts the nights in Budapest. But now it seems she has begun to haunt the days. Medusa's riddle is what is not seen. There is rarely only one answer to a Lygian riddle. If I'm to go to Budapest, I would go prepared. What was that, Hold on a moment. Medusa's riddle first, what is not seen? The night, the heart, the moon, the day between. The palest key, the birth-scarred coil queen. Right. You get to choose between those options in the rhyme at the end. Ooh, fun! I know which one my coil queen will pick. I think that for... Yeah, honestly, not a lot of Rose books. Here's just verse. Some authorities favor eternity, others the cross, but I fear that might irritate her. Perhaps it would be safest to resolve that the answer is me. Thank you, librarian. Oh shoot, almost forgot. And Timmy brought plums. Righto. Timmy. We have the Moors, Azita, and Peel. Faust card for a sober tone. Azita and Douglas speculate as to the current location and disposition of Teresa Galmier, who has twice been mortal and twice grown long. Wait, what? She did it again? Well, okay, that at least makes the thing with Sunset Celia a bit more plausible. But what the fuck, Teresa? Aurora! Hi! How is Book of Hour going? It's going well. We just finished off the Tree of Wisdoms, and we're currently working on Medusa's Riddle. And also having a nice salon. Teresa vibes. First Ascension didn't stick. You know what they say about Eternity. Also, Anna is doing great. Yay! I am happy. Douglas has difficult questions for Timothy about a fugitive who has been seen along the coast. Timothy is initially evasive, but crumbles almost instantly and admits that he took pity on the man in a spirit of charity, and instructed his housekeeper Terrence to take meals to the coal cellar where the man was hiding for almost a week. That was a hindsight memory. Azita and Reverend Timothy are discussing the churches of the East, variations on the solar faith with other hours acknowledged, and holdouts of the Crucian heresy. Azita objects mildly to Timothy describing it as the Crucian heresy. Oh my god. Just laying in bed right now, long pup moment, and it's nice to have a friend to watch, listen to for a bit. I like Solar Faith Sun. Okay, I just want to note how funny this one is. Okay, so the Crucian heresy, that's modern day Christianity, right? Like, Crucian means of the cross. So, when they say the Crucian heresy, they mean that what we know as Christianity in our world still exists in the Secret Histories universe. It's just a nearly dead faith that's holding out against the complete dominance of the Church of the Unconquered Sun. Yet Jesus is a heterodox order who prophesies the second dawn, and the Chandler shows up on Easter. Can I get an amen? God, I didn't even think about that. The Chandler is Jesus Christ. Azita and Reverend Timothy are discussing the films of Ilse Bischoff. Horrible, says Reverend Tim emphatically, of The Open Head. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. I wrote a piece for the Diocese magazine. They didn't like it very much. Asked me to do another one of my Christmas puzzle columns instead. Timmy's just vibing with the weirdos now, yeah. Douglas and Reverend Timothy happily discuss the raising of roses. Aw. It's almost like you didn't just interrogate him over a fugitive, Doug. Shapt. Timothy and Arthur are discussing Isaac of Karth's history of the Shadowless Kings. Arthur is skeptical of Isaac of Karth's reliability. Timothy is a ferocious admirer. Alrighty. Let's see here. Sorry for the silence. I'm just thinking about, what do I even want to do at this point with the skills? I mean, really, by now, my skills are kind of ridiculous. I have... The only skill that is under 5 that isn't a language is solutions and separations. And that's only because I've sacrificed it during Numa several times. I mean, I guess the goal is to get every skill up to level 6, at least. Well, in that case, there's really only 4 skills left to raise. Or 5. Wolf Stories, Weaving and Knotworking, Hill and Hollow, Horns and Ivories, and Solutions and Separations. But most of these aren't going to help. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill. Like, at this point, I've already effectively obliterated the challenge of this game enough. Like, this game's already pretty chill, and at this point, I barely even have to try with most recipes. So I'm just gonna keep these around for now, see what I can do with them later. Looking at our stats, it looks like our lowest stats are at this point Arab and Shapt. But hold on. No, because those are both 7s, along with core, I guess. But so I guess our actual lowest is core, because each of those plus ones, plus Arab and plus Shapt, actually are like 2 of their thing. Yeah, fair enough. I think I'm a pretty successful librarian by this point. Let's at least... Using Trist, look at that. Right, absent friend. Azita, Lala, Daymare, Arthur. Already there? What else? Ah, we should be reading more of these Newman books. Because there's some we still haven't actually gotten around to. I think we've read everything, almost everything. We need Coprolith Omphalos over here. It's Moth. So we're going to take this tablet from all the way down in the Ivory Vault and bring it all the way up to the Natan desk. Anyway, it's in Kilisimi. And it's easy enough for us to read with our knowledge. Alrighty. My dearest enemy, Meyrad, has invited me to a challenge in Budapest. Meyrad tells me that Medusa has begun to walk more openly in Budapest. We will both seek her out. The first to cut a scrap from her robe will win the challenge. There may be a tussle, of course. I can handle Meyrad, but Medusa is another matter. Alright. You want some edge tricks. Let's see. What have I got? Well, you've already read The Sun's Lament. Here. Here's the Victory of Crowds. If you need more information, ask Dr. Peel, I guess. Do you think it might be slightly frustrating for, like, you know, you go in for a consultation, and the librarian hands you a book that turns out to have been written by someone that you actually just know? And it's like, ah, damn it, I could have just asked them. Didn't have to come all the way to Brandkrug. I suppose Brandkrug's probably easier to find than Dr. Peel a lot of the time. Most helpful librarian, thank you for indulging our silly games. Peak, but I don't remember everything I've written. 99%, but not everyone. Yeah, fair. I have been offered a contract to stalk Medusa in Budapest. To stalk, not to hunt. I am not a fool. Oh, we actually get to pick for this one. It's a bit weird that normally those result in funny things in further stories, but apparently not in this case. An Alakite is a difficult quarry, and Medusa is not like any Alakite I have ever heard of. I must know how I can protect myself, or perhaps how I can appease her. Alright, well... Well, here's another Peel book. Thank you. I know now how to appease her, as long as I show sufficient respect. Right. What is this? A tufted fossil of silken fiber, big as a child. Something consumed and something was consumed. If we interpret its interweavings, we might understand. The meaning of this object isn't something that one reads, but rather something that one follows, until at last one has passed 3 times around it and one finds meaning waiting at one's shoulder. It's a weaving and not working text. Newman, weaving the world. The histories, they say, are braided like hair, or tangled like roots. What is the shape of that knot? Funny you should ask. So this is for the Simmergist and the Cartographer. Alrighty, so it's Newman, weaving the world. 5 heart, 5 moon, 5 nectar. Oh, didn't mean to do that. And one more heart, I think. What else gives us heart? Or I suppose it doesn't have to be heart. It could also be moth, in which case... this should work. Leaving and not working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You remember, perhaps, that I am a student of illumination. My teachers at the Labyrinth of Lions have set a challenge that I must complete before I can pass to a higher level of initiation. First, I am to face Medusa and answer her riddle. Do you know it, librarian? What is not seen? Secondly, I must survive the encounter. I hope that there is something in your collection to help me prepare. Alrighty. Edge. You have already read The Sun's Lament. So... The War of the Roads should help. What is not seen? I had long believed the best answer is light, but I am no longer certain. Thank you, librarian. I have some thinking to do. A stormy day. Well... One, two... Three... Four... Five... And now we get As the Sun His Course. Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Sickle and Eclipse, apparently. And... Daymare. Medusa, hey? What's all that about? Dashed if I know. Perhaps you can help. Hope you can help. Going to have a little look into it for a friend. Call her Kay. Don't call her Kay. Forget about the friend. Follow new avenues, sort of thing. Funny things on the horizon. Mark my words. Funny sort of things. Well, I do thank you, dear. Here's a little something. Well, now Surgeries and Exsanguinations is up there with... Actually, above Sickle and Eclipse again. Hmm. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-ish? I think there's like 10-ish of these left. Oh, I didn't mean to craft Westcott's compounds. Well, that was an unfortunate waste of a Pyrus or a Calcinus. I'm very stupid. One. Two. 3. 4. 5. Why did I pick a Savage Ham? That was stupid. I meant to get Fear. Might be a little out of it tonight. I did spend a long time today clearing up that pharmacy misunderstanding. Oh wait, no, the Savage Hymn was correct. It's because it's scale. I'm stupid. Again. Yeah, okay, wow. I am not batting 1,000 tonight. It is also 11 p.m. So because of the whole thing, I did have to end up starting a bit later than usual. So this might be a shorter stream. Either way, the thing I was so excited about was actually getting the Grunwald provision. Actually, hold on. So, honestly, if it makes it easier on myself, I think this actually might be a really solid method of using up all of these lessons. A light in the inkwell for revelation. Foresight. And sight. Oh, shoot, right. One of them actually has to be a thing. In that case... Inks of Revelation, and then just slot in literally everything except for the fog. I know it's a massively inefficient way, but I have infinite stuff, and I am so sick of doing stuff with Lantern. Alrighty, I haven't actually planned anything out for a salon. Let's do a small one. Maybe 3 people. I'm just gonna make 2 invitations basically at random and add Denzel. Father Stanislav. And Connie. And we got butter. Okay, so. Heart. Sky is going to be the trick here. Our main course. Actually, let me check something. You know what? Okay. Egg. Do we have canned ham lying around somewhere? No, I guess not. Right. We can use that butter to make dough for an Aglophidus souffle. Then I think I figured out why I always get even when we play our board games that it isn't about however long it goes. Oh, do tell. Your voice is nice and calming. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Beef and potatoes makes cottage pie. And then just woke up from a nap, so now I think I should put my phone down and eat now. Go do that. And poached mackerel. Ah! Mademoiselle Machitine. So good to see you. Actually, since you're here, might as well join our thing. As I recall, you do like sky things, so yeah, you like sky. Oh, I'm going to make you long snack while this puppy curls up to eat. Long snake. Thank you for that. And have a good night, Aurora. Alrighty. Okay, so you'll probably like the Aglophidus souffle. So, okay. We're going to camp out Mademoiselle Machutine in the Severn Chamber. Alrighty. And here we go. TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. And we will need a fourth dish. Which, Poarbelalen. Poarbelalen. Old reliable. Let me check something. There we go. I had to look up once again when exactly Elevensies is supposed to be, precisely. My guests take their places for Elevensies. Which, for the uninitiated, is effectively it's mid-morning tea. It's basically your second breakfast. A more sober tone. Yep, second breakfast. I hosted guests for Elevensies. Here's a Faust card. Yay, 11. Morgan presses Stanislav further on Three Faces, the Applebright name associated with the Grove of Green Immortals. Stanislav asks if Morgan and Three Faces are professionally acquainted. Morgan says that they are not, yet, and that she may yet ask Stanislav to provide an introduction. Stanislav doesn't seem enthusiastic about the prospect. Trist. Connie asks business-like questions about a Didymos, the twin or reflection of a star that she fears may have been employed to commit crimes of dream. She suspects it has taken refuge in the Mansa's shadow called the House of the Moon. Morgan, answering with surprising frankness, makes it clear to Connie that the Suppression Bureau will never be able to follow it into the House of the Moon, and that she will under no circumstances help them try. Oh god, this is a tense one. Morgan said, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Connie asks Morgan careful, neutral questions about her connection to the Red Grail, the Hour of Birth and Appetite. Morgan carelessly shares her reminiscences, but she insists that of all her unsisters, she is the least grailsome. Poor Denzel has no clue what's going on. Stanislav confirms to Connie that he, too, has now heard something of the Spinnenabel, which first appeared in Austria, but has afflicted remote parts of the countryside across Europe, even as far west as his sanctuary in Brittany. He agrees that it has many of the hallmarks of a nowhere eruption, but adds thoughtfully that one informant claims it's been manufactured. Denzel has pie to finish. Yeah, he does! Hell yeah. And there we go. Lovely winter breakfast. And we got an enduring reflection out of it. Hill and Hollow. With lessons for... I keep forgetting. I need to do... this. Hill and Hollow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't want to go too terribly late tonight. Because I do have a couple of things to do tomorrow. I'm probably gonna, I don't know. I do also want to say hi to Con. Oh no! I think Con's stream ended. Oh well. Over to, Copper Dinosaur's up. Yeah, I think in about 10 or so minutes I'm gonna wrap up stream. And until then, I'm basically just gonna fast forward until I will do this. And I think okay. Our possible answers for Medusa's riddle, what is not seen, which, as I recall, the night, the heart, the moon, the day between, the palest key, the birth-scarred coil queen. Eternity, the Carapace cross, light, the 7 coils, Medusa's death. Okay, so they both have the same last two. Arthur thinks it might be light. Aladdin thinks it might be eternity or the cross. Well, let me just check something. Yeah, I think that this is a good enough place to do stuff with Aladdin. Book. The Geminiad 2! Thank you, Oriflammes. Very cool. So that's Medusa, huh? After our conversation, I thought the answer to Medusa's riddle might be me. I was wrong. Perhaps I should give a more conventional answer, but in an unconventional language, one that was once appointed as a herald to old powers. And let me just double check this. The Carapace Cross is my answer. Oh, and almost forgot. We need to open something. A treasure stored by a visionary apiarist with Blomberend lineage. What overlooked delight? Maracat. There it is. Perhaps it's time for Medusa to rejoin the Seglass kind. Medusa has acknowledged her nature and rejoined the Carapace Cross. Hell yes. Okay. As far as I can tell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are like 8 remaining further stories. And 2 of them we're looking for, which means that we have approximately a 1 in 4 chance. So I'm pretty much just going to fast forward to the beginning of spring and see what happens. Might as well, admittedly, chat with Dr. Aladim. Have the encircling tantra. Alright, and let's see what we're going to be getting this upcoming spring. Hopefully it's one of the ones we want. And we'll be able to speed up the process in the future with a bunch of the inklings that we've gotten from finishing these up. We get our yearly stipend, of course. The affair of the Oriflamme heist, not one of the ones we're interested in. Oriflamme's auction house is never robbed, but what if it has been? What if somehow priceless treasures have been replaced with pricey forgeries? How could we even be sure? Alright. Alrighty. It looks like there's no real reason not to just talk to everyone about this one, thankfully. I'm looking into the Oriflamme story. The theft, the forgeries. I don't pretend to be any kind of expert, but some of the details about their safeguards seem curious. I'm hoping your collection will help me look into that. Well, here's Vinzant's Minglings. Curious indeed. This has given me more than enough to work with, librarian. Thank you. Alrighty. And with that, we are just over 5 hours deep, and it is midnight for me. I think it's about time for me to hop off. I know it's earlier than usual. Again, I apologize for getting started late today. I did not expect that to happen with my pharmacy. Alrighty. Oh, hold on. It's, save 18. Alrighty. So, gonna go ahead and raid into Copper. Yay! Yeah. A little bit sad I wasn't able to catch Con, but that's how these things go. I did get started late. Alrighty. Thank you all so much for coming, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Stay safe, stay warm. I know it's cold out there still. And I will see you all on Saturday to continue, finally, that Arkham Horror card game. Alright. Bye-bye!